I will look ahead to the 8th, 7 furlongs on the main track. We do have a couple of scratches in there, the 2, the 3, and the outside runners 13 through 15. Some nice horses in here. I'll preface this by saying that I do think Tulane Trist is the horse to beat off of his form. He didn't have a good start last time out in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens, and he went against the likes of Drain the Clock and Jackie's Warrior. So now back to this allowance field, I think he holds the class edge. But the 5 Milliken interests me in here for Ian Wilkes. The second-time starter. We'll go back and show you his first race, though. This was at Ellis Park on the 29th of August. Man, he blew this field away. There was not one point of the race that it looked like he was going to lose. As soon as Brian Hernandez Jr. asked him, he just went on and kicked clear in the end and beat this field by 8 lengths, 7 furlongs, and a final time of 21:21.4. And he got an 88 Beyer speed figure for that victory. Now, here's the interesting thing about Ian Wilkes. It's an angle that I've played for a very long time. Ian Wilkes, when his horses win first time out and they come back against Allowance Company in their second start on the dirt, he wins at 36%. And that's a decent sample size, a positive ROI of $2.60. So it's an angle that I've played successfully many times before in the past, especially at Gulfstream. A lot of the time we see them go on to win graded stakes races. They're just that caliber if they win at first asking. So Milliken's the top pick. We'll use Tulane Trist and that code of honor, and Bears Watching with a 5-8-9 exacta box. And I still think we'll get a good price on Milliken.
I think Ian Wilkes, I love the fact that he just doesn't jump the gun. He uses the conditions, right?
Yep.
And I think that sometimes we see trainers, I don't want to say forced to do it, but sometimes their hands maybe are pushed in that direction. Those are our best angles. Let's go to Tom Leach for his pick of the day.
Long shot play on the Thursday card comes in the 6th race. It's All Choked Up. All Choked Up is by a stallion that stands for $10,000, but this horse was purchased for $225,000. So they obviously saw something that they liked. Sharp workout on October 9th over at Churchill Downs, and trainer Jimmy DeVito does good work with 2-year-olds. So let's try All Choked Up for a price in the 6th race. Good luck.
We are with you, Tom Leach. We both have that horse in our top 3.
And I like that angle. I do. When you look at horses that were sold, if you look at the stallion and how much he stands for versus what they sold at public auction, especially in a 2-year-old race, that's pretty telling. And that was a 2-year-old in training race, so it means he's probably pretty quick.
Yeah, and then you've got a $5,500 filly that's able to win a graded stakes race like yesterday because it's an exact science. We've got it all figured out. But that's the brilliance of this sport. You never know where the next big thing is going to come from. And, the impossible is possible in this sport at times. And that's why we come back each and every day.
But we're here.
For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy today at Keeneland. It's going to be another perfect afternoon at 10 race card getting set to kick off at 1 o'clock Eastern.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
When it comes to hybrid technology, nobody has more models to choose from than Toyota. From the Prius to America's best-selling car, Camry, and best-selling SUV, RAV4, to the first-ever Corolla Hybrid, the best-in-class Highlander Hybrid, the first-ever Sienna Hybrid minivan, and Venza, the first exclusively all-wheel drive hybrid. They all come with a new 10-year, 150,000-mile battery warranty. For great deals on all Toyota hybrids, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Ladies and gentlemen, Keeneland welcomes Courtney Arnold from Frankfort, Kentucky to the paddock to sing My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. Oh, the corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while birds make music all the day. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away. Oh, the young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all happy, all merry and bright. By and by, hard times come knocking at my door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home far away.
At this time, Keeneland welcomes Reed Elliott to the paddock. A Make-A-Wish child from Corbin, Kentucky, Reed is 11 years old and has battled lymphoma. He performs in church, at festivals, and in children's theater. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Kirk Tinsley with Gate Security as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Kirk.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the south gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
The 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.73 seconds. And they're off. There goes Charger along with Fed Money, who's down toward the inside. Charger's going to move by, though, and take the early lead. The Blue Dragon moves out in the center of the course. Conglomerate going to be up close in between horses, along with Mount Kenya, who's away running in fifth, now moves up in fourth, but caught 3 lanes off the rail as they make the move down toward the first turn. Up front, the Blue Dragon right alongside of Charger. The Blue Dragon has a neck in front. Charger goes second by 3 lengths. Conglomerate third, a lane off the rail. And then Fed Money is fourth down toward the inside. Mount Kenya still 3 wide and fifth around the turn. Warbird saves ground at sixth. Tolkien is seventh in between horses. McLovin a wide eighth around the first turn. Coastal Waters back toward the inside is ninth. Freddie Flincher is 10th. February Sun is 11th. Winworthy is last of the 12. It was 23.14 seconds for the quarter, 47.23 seconds for the opening half mile. The Blue Dragon leads. The Blue Dragon has gotten clear of Charger as they head up the backstretch. 2 lengths now separate the top 2. Gap of 2 more from Charger back to Conglomerate third. Still a lane off the rail as Fed Money is there to the inside and fourth. Mount Kenya is fifth up on the outside, 6 lengths from the front. Tolkien is in the 6th position between horses. Warbird 7th toward the inside in some traffic and still 7 lengths off the lead. McLovin gears up and goes wide around the far turn and has to go out to the center of the course within 5 lengths of the lead, though. And Mount Kenya mounts a challenge from third. Charger, Mount Kenya both stack up to the outside of the Blue Dragon coming off the turn. McLovin is in the center of the course in fourth, still 3 lengths off the lead. Conglomerates in between horses and in behind horses in fifth as they turn for home. Mount Kenya to the lead. McLovin tries to sustain this rally and tries to draw alongside of Mount Kenya. Winworthy is coming on the far outside. Winworthy and Tyler Gaffalione moving after McLovin, who's got the lead. Mount Kenya third. Winworthy just keeps coming after McLovin. McLovin is stubborn toward the inside. McLovin, Winworthy. Winworthy gets up by a neck over McLovin home second. Multiple horse photo to separate third and fourth. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Englander from between horses out for the lead. Fort Knox is there to the inside. Here's Leading West moving forward from the far outside, but Englander has the early lead. Englander, James Graham to the front, getting over next to the rail now and hugging that rail around the first turn to save some ground. Leading West, not quite so fortunate, caught a lane off the rail around the turn and second, 1 length off the lead. Fort Knox is settled to the inside in third, a length and a half to Lemonade Stand in fourth, and AK Safari is last of the 5. The opening quarter went to 23.95 seconds. Englander has the lead. Onto the backstretch, Englander by 3/4 of a length. Leading West goes second a length. Here's Lemonade Stand challenging Fort Knox for third. They start to move as a team toward the far outside, and AK Safari at the back, but right there with the rest at the midpoint of the backstretch. Englander continues to show the way. Englander got an opening half mile in 48.25 seconds. Here's Leading West, though, just a half length off the lead. So Englander to the inside, Leading West alongside, gap of 2 back to Fort Knox, AK Safari, and then Lemonade Stand, who had been up in the tussle toward the front, is now last onto the far turn, with Englander still the leader. And Leading West still continues to apply pressure from the outside. Here's Leading West again, this time poking ahead in front. Past the quarter pole, Fort Knox is trying to gear up third. Englander losing ground around the far turn to the top of the short stretch. AK Safari starts to move up third, still 6 lengths off the lead, and it is Leading West in front. Fort Knox is second, 2 lengths separate the top 2, then a gap of 4 more back to AK Safari. Into the final furlong, Leading West, a 3-length margin, 3.5 now back to Fort Knox. AK Safari in third. Leading West, Tyler Gaffalione about to pick up another. Leading West is the winner. Fort Knox was across the line in second position, and then it was AK Safari finishing third.
Leading West was part of our Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland and comes home an easy winner at the end of it as the second choice at odds of 7-5. Looked like for a moment, Gabby, there was going to
Are at the post. And they're off. There goes Stand Tall. There goes Undisturbed. Undisturbed moves up to the inside, takes the early advantage. Stand Tall is now in the second position. Honor Hop third up on the outside. Enjoy It While We Can comes away fourth and quickly scoots down next to the rail. Cat's Pajamas is in fifth. Ask Bailey moves up a few spots from the back of the pack, broke last, but is now back up along the rail within 8 lengths of the early leader and is joined there around the turn by Peters Kitten, Spanx Legacy further back, and First Course trails. In the meantime, Undisturbed is open up on a 5-length lead as they move through the stretch for the first time, and Stand Tall travels in second. It was 25.02 seconds over the good turf, and Undisturbed got that opening quarter, leading it now by only a length and a half. Stand Tall closes up the gap in second by a length. One circuit to go here. Then Honor Hop third on the outside. Enjoy It While We Can is dropping out to the back of the pack. Enjoy It While We Can has dropped out to the back as the field moves on by. It has dropped out of the race. Enjoy It While We Can. Further back, though, as they head back into the turn, second of 3 turns now, it is Undisturbed who is continuing to show the way. And Stand Tall is there within a length of the leader. And is followed by Ask Bailey. Now, Ask Bailey has stayed against the rail and has moved up a few more positions, has gone from 6th into 3rd, 2 lengths off the lead, and there's Honor Hop moving wide in the clear up, taking the 3rd spot now by a half length, 2 lengths from the front as well. Then further back, Cat's Pajamas, followed by Peters Kitten, Spanx Legacy. First Course is at the back, and First Course is 10 lengths from the lead. The opening half mile was 50.73 seconds, and they got 6 furlongs in 1 minute 16.83. Field is headed for the far turn. Undisturbed is the leader. Undisturbed 3/4 of a length. Stand Tall second by a length and a half. Ask Bailey third by a head. Honor Hop fourth up on the outside, followed by Peters Kitten, Cat's Pajamas, First Course, and finally Spanx Legacy. Moving around the far turn, Undisturbed is to the inside, leading Stand Tall with a 1/4 mile to go. Now they're on even terms. Gap of 3 more lengths back to Honor Hop in third. Cat's Pajamas goes wide in fourth. Ask Bailey is looking for running room between horses toward the inside. Stand Tall is the leader. Ask Bailey, Honor Hop on the outside of that one. Here's Honor Hop coming after Stand Tall. Ask Bailey dives to the rail. Ask Bailey trying to catch Stand Tall. Hasn't done it yet. Honor Hop still trying. Hasn't caught him yet. And it will be Stand Tall. She will win. Stand Tall, 3/4 of a length. Honor Hop was across the line in the second position. Ask Bailey got third. And then it was First Course in fourth. Race the Hurstland #1, Stand Tall, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Ashbrook Farm of Glen Brommagen, trained by Rusty Arnold. 2 wins today. They're off. Beer Chaser, One Fast Cat, Beer Chaser. Those two come out for the early lead. And On KP moves up down toward the inside in third. Mists of Time is away running in fourth, and a gap of 3 to Violent Pass, who's last of the 5 here early on. Back up front, One Fast Cat. Far outside, you've got On KP sneaking through an opening down toward the rail. Beer Chaser. Between that pair, the top 3 separated by a half length. Gap of 2 more back to Mists of Time, who is next to last, and then Violent Pass against the rail. 22.34 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. On KP is the leader, and One Fast Cat is there on the outside. These two continue their battle for the lead. Beer Chaser has lost some ground to that top pair around the far turn. In fact, Mists of Time is going to angle to the outside of that one, move up into third, still 3 lengths off the lead. One Fast Cat, though, has the lead clear of On KP. Violent Pass tries to run toward the rail, and Mists of Time tries to come after the leader from the outside. No one making up any ground into the final furlong, though, because One Fast Cat is drawing off at the 16th pole with a widening 7-8-length margin. One Fast Cat with Deshaun Parker, the winning jockey. One Fast Cat wins it. Beer Chaser was second. Mists of Time was across the line in third. Violent Pass fourth, and On KP fifth. now for Keeneland's 6th race, the Hagen. Number 6, Arm Candy. And the results are now official. Number 6, Arm Candy, the official winner. They are at the post. And they're off. Swift Shore, Fire Sword, Up Striker, all with early speed. Here's Fire Sword between horses now, taking a narrow advantage, 3/4 of a length. There goes Swift Shore, moving up closer second from the far outside. Up Striker going to back away into the 3rd position. Shadow Matter, 4th alongside of that one. The Ride of a Lifetime 5th, the gap of 4 more lengths back to Kinetic Sky, who trails as they make the move for the far turn. Fire Sword leading Swift Shore by 3/4 of a length, 22.17 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. 2 more lengths back to Up Striker along the rail in 3rd. The Ride of a Lifetime stacks up between horses along with Shadow Matter to the far outside. Now Shadow Matter is 5th, caught 3 wide around the far turn, 4 lengths off the lead, gap of 3 more back to Kinetic Sky, but the leader as they come off the far turn, Fire Sword. Swift Shore 2nd. Up Striker looks to the inside 3rd. Shadow Matter needs to find more. The Ride of a Lifetime is in behind horses, changes lanes to the outside. In the meantime, Fire Sword, the leader, into the stretch. Fire Sword by 2, Fire Sword by 3. The rest have work to do. Up Striker moves up the rail into the 2nd position. The Ride of a Lifetime tries to come back after the leader again from the outside, but Fire Sword's already at the 16th pole. The lead is still 3. It's out to 3.5. It is Fire Sword. Tyler Gaffalione, 4 wins on the day. Kinetic Sky going to run late. Close for second, Kinetic Sky or the Ride of a Lifetime for that runner-up spot. And they're off in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine Stakes. There goes Turner Loose out for the lead. Boma is up close in the opening strides as well. On the 1s and 2s, has early speed, but Turner Loose has the early advantage. Leads it by just a neck. On the 1s and 2s now starts to draw alongside from that 2nd position. Rigby close up 3rd, but wide into the 1st turn. Boma in good position here early in 4th. Starts to angle down toward the rail, right in behind the leader. Roughly a Diamond will go in the 5th position. Boxing Day 6th. Diamond Wow 3 wide off the 1st turn in 7th. Mist Haven saving ground in 8th. Dressed alongside of that one, 9th. Opalina in 10th. Knees and Hips 11th. California Angel is in 12th. Queen Judith last of the 13. It was opening quarter on the board. We'll follow up there in just a moment. Up the backstretch they go. And it is still Turner Loose with the advantage. Turner Loose got the opening half mile in 47.73 seconds. Turner Loose leads it by 3/4 of a length as they head on to the far turn. On the 1s and 2s is 2nd on the outside by 2 lengths. Boma 3rd by just ahead. Rigby 4th up on the outside. Diamond Wow is next. And then Boxing Day, who's in between horses, now taking 5th, but in some traffic, 5 lengths off the lead. Mist Haven behind her, and roughly a Diamond there to her inside with 6 to make up as they come off the far turn. And Turner Loose, the one to catch. Rigby, then Boma back toward the inside. On the 1s and 2s is in 4th as they turn for home. Dressed is 5th on the outside. Boma tries to find an opening to the rail. It is still Turner Loose with the lead. And Diamond Wow alongside with Dress coming from 3rd. Diamond Wow, Dress stacking up outside of Turner Loose. California Angel running late. Diamond Wow, Turner Loose. California Angel coming on the far outside at the wire. Photo for the win. What a finish in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Main track is fast. The turf listed good today. Rail set at 10 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes gets underway. It's also the start of the early pick 5. In that opening race, scratch the 2, Enter Sandwoman, and scratch the 6, Adma. Scratch 2, Enter Sandwoman, and scratch 6, Adma. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta wager on that first event. Second race is where the early pick 4 begins. Scratch the 8, Red Right Returning. Scratch the 8, Red Right Returning. Third race, scratch the 7, Roaming Union. Scratch the 7, Roaming Union. Fourth race, scratch the 1, Glassado, and scratch 5, Crazy Genius. Again, scratch 1, Glassado, and scratch 5, Crazy Genius. Race 5, that's where the pick 6 begins. In that fifth race, scratch the 1, Belfast Boy, and scratch 4, Il Butengati. Again, scratch 1, Belfast Boy, and scratch 4, Il Butengati. Overweight, number 6, Excursion, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 6, Excursion, jockey 1 pound over. Sixth race is where the late pick 5 begins. And in that sixth race, scratch number 1, Rugs. Scratch number 1, Rugs. Change of equipment today for the 2, Almanzo, Blinkers On. Number 2, Almanzo, Blinkers On today. Seventh race, that's the start of the late pick 4. Scratch Part of Entry, 1A, Lady Brielle. Scratch 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Scratch 11, 2020 Hoax. And scratch the 14, Scarabea. Again, scratch Part of Entry, 1A, Lady Brielle. Scratch 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Scratch 11, 2020 Hoax. And scratch 14, Scarabea. Please note, number 13, Trick Hat, draws into the race. Eighth event, scratch the 2, Santa Cruiser. Scratch 3, Trash Talkin' Yankee. Also scratch 13, Hunt the Front, 14, Ducali, and 15, Malibu Star. Again, scratch 2, Santa Cruiser. Scratch 3, Trash Talkin' Yankee. Also scratch 13, 14, and 15. Overweight, number 1, Notary, jockey 1 pound over. Number 1, Notary, jockey 1 pound over. Ninth race, scratch number 3, Can't Pay the Toll. Also scratch 10, Hawk of War. And scratch 13, Niles Channel. 14, Candy Tycoon. 15, Job Security. And 16, Bo Luminari. Again, scratch 3, Can't Pay the Toll. Scratch 10, Hawk of War. And also scratch 13, 14, 15, and 16. 10th and final race, scratch number 7, Catalan. Scratch the 7, Catalan. Jockey change for the 1, As You Were. That'll be Kevin Jimenez. That's number 1, As You Were, the jockey Kevin Jimenez. Overweight of +2. And contrary to the note in the program, no equipment change for number 4, Wins. Again, contrary to the program, no equipment change for number 4, Wins. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Thursday to you, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and those of you joining us at home, 10 races in store. We've got some very high-quality allowance races later in the card, which will be the features, races 8 and 9. And, Gabby, we're calling race number 9 the feature. It's a second-level allowance race, a mile and a half on the turf course, which feels like it's ever-evolving as far as what style suits best right now here in Keeneland.
This is a very competitive race, Scott. We can see the number 1, Fantasioso, is at 3-1, but oh my gosh, this is tough. And it's kind of hard to predict the pace scenario, as you mentioned. We saw Closer successful yesterday. Horses forwardly placed, successful opening weekend. But I think you have to respect the favorite. Also, Mathiel, who is at 9-2 on the morning line. For Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone, who had 4 wins yesterday.
He had a very good afternoon, and we'll see if Tyler can do that again today. We talked a lot about Gaffleone and Maker this morning on Today at Keeneland. They could be in line for another big afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. Don't forget, it is the 14th annual Make-A-Wish Day here at Keeneland, as we will be celebrating 10 Wish Kids here for 2021, and we look forward to that kicking off with race number 1, which is just 18 minutes from right now. And as we said, we expect Tyler Gaffleone and trainer Mike Maker to have a big day, and it looks like they're going to get their day started with a victory if this filly runs to her odds. 1-5 right now, Gabby, on Italian Twin, who comes off of consecutive third-place finishes at Saratoga, 1 on dirt, 1 on turf, back on dirt here today, and tries Keeneland's main track for the first time in her career. Either of those last 2 races should be enough to get this job done against just 3 other competitors.
And yes, this seems a little low at 1-5. I mean, she is getting a class relief, and Peace and Justice, her sire, if you look at his statistics as a stallion, his best runners are actually sprinting on the dirt. This filly has spent a majority of her career on the turf surface, so I actually think she might even be better on the dirt, and this seems like a good spot. At this distance on the main track, I don't think she'll be too far off of it in this compact field, which helps her. 1-5 is low, but I do think she's the horse to beat.
I've got the 4 as my second choice. She is your third choice, a daughter of Temple City, who's been going good, going back to her second career start, which was at Churchill Downs. She's really come on, and she's picked up a check every single time. She just broke her maiden, so first try against winners can always be tricky, can be difficult because it is such a significant jump up in class. But given the short field, you've got to have her right there in the top 3 for sure.
I think everything came together for her last time out, Scott. She was on the lead. It was a slow pace. She finally stretched out to 2 turns on the dirt. That was the first time that at the maiden claiming level that she competed at 2 turns on the dirt. And I think that is probably her best surface, distance, and class. And she finds herself in a similar spot today.
Beyond $1 million, you've got her as the second choice, a 3-year-old filly tackling older. She, too, just broke her maiden. She did so easily. She won by a dozen lengths at Churchill.
That was for maiden 10,000, though, at Churchill Downs. So she is taking a big step up in class, but I've said this time and time again, Chris Hartman is very good with his claimers, and he also kind of points for horses for this specific meet as well. And so far, it's out of a very limited sample size. He has done well, and I think he's also helped by some of the scratches here. The 6 Adma figured to be the speed, and now with that filly out, Beyond $1 Million looks to be the controlling speed early.
I've got the 1/3 in my top 3. That's Tap Time. She sprinted last time out for 30. She ran 3rd in that field of 6. Now she's back out to a route of ground on dirt for the first time since the Louisiana Downs race, where she was running against First Level Allowance Company. I just think that she's got a look to move forward here today. The daughter of Tapiture for Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez, another team that we've seen a lot of success here in the first 2 weeks of racing.
They have at every single level, including the graded stakes level. But Tap Time, she is stretching out to 2 turns in her second start off of the layoff, so that could set her up for a big performance here right now, second choice.
Race number 1, don't forget, it does start the early pick 5, and we've got a 1-5 favorite, Italian Twin, looking to give Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone a win here in the opener.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Keeneland Julep Cup. $30,000 the claiming price. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 2, Enter Sandwoman, and scratch the 6, Adma. Again, scratch 2, Enter Sandwoman, and scratch 6, Adma. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta wager on the first race. With that said, double and pick 3 wagering are featured, and it is the start of the early pick 5, 8 minutes to post. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off on Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland. There goes Italian Twin out for the early lead. Katie's Bell right there on the outside of the opening strides. Tap time to the rail, and Beyond a Million up close as well. The four stay tightly packed together heading into the first turn through that opening furlong. Side by side for the lead now with Katie's Bell right alongside of Italian Twin, who hugs the rail around the first turn. They match strides, battling for the top spot. Then a length back to Beyond a Million and Tap Time, who's against the rail and trailing just 2 lengths off the lead, though, after an opening quarter in 23.5 seconds. On to the backstretch these four go with Italian Twin, the leader. Italian Twin is on top by 2 lengths. And then Katie's Bell second ahead. Tap Time inching forward against the rail in third. In fact, Katie's Bell and Tap Time both trying to find some room down to the inside of Italian Twin, who's toward the outside, leaves the inside lane open at the midpoint of the backstretch. Tap Time will take advantage, move up a closer second. Beyond a Million, third on the outside, a length and a half off the lead. And Katie's Bell is now last between horses at the back after a half in 47.56 seconds. Over to the far turn, Italian Twin toward the outside, leads it by just a neck. Tap Time is second by 2 lengths. Katie's Bell third, a length and a half, and Beyond a Million last of the four, midway on the far turn. Here's Tap Time again moving up the rail now to poke ahead in front with a quarter mile to go. Italian Twin second, and then a gap of 3 back to Katie's Bell in third, top of the short stretch. Another 6 lengths back then to the trailer, Beyond a Million. And Italian Twin went way wide off the far turn. Tap Time is the leader. Has a 4-length advantage in the final furlong. Katie's Bell is in second. Tap Time out toward the center of the track. Beyond a Million back to the inside. They're all chasing Tap Time. Brian Hernandez Jr. Tap Time wins the opener. Katie's Bell was across the line in second. Beyond a Million third. Italian Twin was fourth.
9-2, not a bad price in a full-horse field. Tap Time always had that inside position on Italian Twin, who started to get out early on the turn. You saw Tyler Gaffalione urging her with the crop around the turn because she was drifting, and it only got worse from there.
Yeah, she lost so much ground coming around the final turn, but to be honest, Scott, I don't know if it would have made a difference in the end. The clear-cut winner getting the right type of trip. 1-4-5-3 unofficially in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 1, Tap Time, finished first. Number 4, Katie's Bell, was second. Number 5, Beyond a Million, third. Number 3, Italian Twin, fourth. 1-4-5-3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, taking the Keeneland Julep Cup, number 1, Tap Time. Owned by David Menard, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Tap Time is a 3-year-old filly by Tapiture, out of Elaborate by Cherokee Run. Winter bred in Kentucky by Patty Campion, Roger Campion, and Steve Campion. Mile and a 16th over the main track. Fast today, 1 minute 47.95 seconds. First race results official, 1-4-5-3. The official results for Keeneland's first. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Lily is joined by members of the Keeneland team presenting the trophy for our opening race, the Keeneland, to the connections of Tap Time. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double, pick 3, and early pick 4 wagering offered here on the second race. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 8, red right returning. Again, scratch 8, red right returning. Main track is fast. The turf listed good today. Looking ahead to the third race, a reminder, scratch 7, Roaming Union. That's the third race, scratch 7, Roaming Union. Fourth race, scratch number 1, Glassado. Scratch number 5, Crazy Genius. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 1, Glassado. And scratch 5, Crazy Genius. Fifth race, scratch the 1, Belfast Boy. Scratch the 4, Il Butengati. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 1, Belfast Boy. Scratch number 4, Il Butengati. Overweight, number 6, Excursion, the jockey, 1 pound over. Number 6, Excursion, the jockey, 1 pound over. Also looking ahead to today's 10th and final race. As mentioned earlier, in that 10th race, contrary to the program, there is no change of equipment for number 4, Wins. And to be more specific, number 4, Wins did not wear blinkers in her prior start, does not wear them today. No blinkers last time, no blinkers today for number 4, Wins.
Early pick 4 time here, race number 2, 19 minutes to post. Main track fast for this mile is 16th. Maiden 30 claimer. These are 2-year-old fillies, so freshman group of fillies here today. And I'm going to go to the number 5 horse, who's 8-5 right now. Waters of Merom for Arapahoe Thoroughbreds and trainer Brad Cox. Florent Giroux gets the ride back. It's a simple approach, as so often it can be with horses like this or races such as this, looking for the drop in class. And that's what this filly takes. She comes out of 2 sprint races where she ran against maiden special weight companies. She ran in a high dollar maiden special weight over at Churchill that was worth $92,000. They figured out that that's not going to be her game, so they're dropping her in for $30,000 today. They bought her for just $18,000 last year as a yearling. She's a daughter of Connect, which suggests that this distance shouldn't be an issue. She's bred to go this far. So at 3-2, those are the reasons that I'm going to Waters of Merom, especially with the drop down in class that she is taking. The number 7 horse is my second choice in here. That is Classical Romance for Steve Asmussen. She's already taken the drop down in class. That was at Churchill in her most recent start, and then she ran into a filly that ran off the screen that day and won by 8.5 lengths when she finished second. So Classical Romance also goes 2 turns for the first time. She's bred for the 2 turns. Her father, Classic Empire, was a champion 2-year-old and Grade 1 winner at the age of 3 around 2 turns. So the breeding is there. Alphabet Soup on the dam side, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner. So gets the opportunity again for maiden 30. Already responded. When you see a horse that's dropped in class already, you at least want to see some move forward, and that was there in that most recent start. So I would expect this filly will be a contender in this race late, and that's why she's odds of 2-1 right now as the second choice. Ms. Hips Let Us is the 6th. That's my third runner in here, a filly by Mr. Z, who also dropped in class last time out and put together a better effort. They took the blinkers off when they put her out to a further distance, got her to settle, and she didn't run all that bad, finishing 3rd. Hopefully she can get a little bit better early position with Joe Talamo as he gets his opportunity to ride this number 6 horse, daughter of Mr. Z out of Conflate, a daughter of Bernardini, bred by Calumet. So first time on dirt. Surface changes can be a big positive for horses like this and wake them up. So we'll see if that happens as she tries dirt for the first time. Race number 2, 16 minutes to post. The number 5 horse, Waters of Merom, 8-5. Don't forget, this does start the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Coolmore Julep Cup, maiden claiming race, $30,000 the price. 2-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 8, Red Right returning. Scratch 8, Red Right returning. Double pick 3 and start of the early pick 4. Post time at 7 minutes.
There's a look at the favorite, the number 5 horse, Waters of Miram, the filly that is being sent out by Brad Cox, and she does look the best as far as best turned out, I would say, as she gets set for this third career start. First time going 2 terms, Waters of Miram. If she runs to her looks, she'll be awful tough here in race number 2, 6 minutes to post. The number 6 horse, Ms. Hips Lettuce, also looked well. She's on her toes right now for Andrew McKeever as she tries dirt for the first time, as I pointed out on the paddock side. Oftentimes, surface switches can result in positive results, and we'll see if that ends up happening with the number 6 horse, who's a good price of 5-1. And then Classical Romance, in typical Steve Asmussen form, has her looking as good as she possibly can. A filly by Classic Empire that stretches out to a route. She's not the biggest filly, but looks solid here. The gray daughter of that champion 2-year-old. She'll be going 2 turns for the first time in her career as well. Race number 2, maiden 30 claimers, 2-year-old fillies, 1 mile, 1/16th the trip, and you've got 5 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Coolmore Julep Cup, at 1 mile and a 16th. Start of the early pick four. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Waters of Merrim, Ms. Hipsy Lettuce, and also Lola Flo to the inside. Lola Flo going to move up and challenge Waters of Merrim for that top spot as they head into the first turn. Waters of Merrim, though, starts to move on by, clears with the lead and gets over next to the rail. Waters of Merrim opens up here by 2.5 lengths. Lola Flo goes second by 1.5 lengths. And then Ms. Hipsy Lettuce third up on the outside. Classical Romance fourth against the rail. Gap of 2 more. Karmari 3 wide off the first turn, but moving up a spot into the 5th position. And then Lucky Wise is 6th. Greedy Algorithm last of the 7, 24.12 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Waters of Merrim is the leader. Waters of Merrim leads it by 2. Now that three-way shuffle for second starts bearing down behind the leader. Here's Lola Flo moving up out of that crowd into second by just a neck. Ms. Hipsy Lettuce third up on the outside. Classical Romance fourth against the rail. Then a gap of 2 to Karmari, who's in 5th. Lucky Wise 6th. Then a gap of 8 more lengths back to Greedy Algorithm. 49.02 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Waters of Merrim is the leader over to the far turn. Leads it by 2 lengths. Classical Romance is second against the rail by a half length. Ms. Hipsy Lettuce is third. Then a break of 7 more lengths. Now a gap of 9 more lengths back to Lola Flo, who has lost contact with those front 3, and there's only a quarter mile to go, and Waters of Merrim has a 5-length lead to the top of the short stretch here at Keeneland. Classical Romance is second by 5. Ms. Hipsy Lettuce is third. Then a gap of a dozen more lengths back to the rest. Into the final furlong comes Waters of Merrim. Florent Giroux checks back over his right shoulder, sees that he's got an 8-length margin all the way back to Classical Romance. It is Waters of Merrim to win it for Arapahoe Thoroughbreds of Dan Issel. Waters of Merrim, a convincing winner. Classical Romance across the line in second. Ms. Hipsy Lettuce third, and then Lucky Wise.
When you've got the best horse in the race, just take it to him early, and that's exactly what Florent Giroux did with Waters of Merrim. She went right to the lead, Gabby, and she slowed things down 24 to the opening quarter, 49 flat for the opening half, and just cruises around there to break her maiden and her third career start.
Nobody was able to really provide legitimate pressure early, and she was just much the best in the end. You can see a very strung out field here in race 2, but the number 5, Waters of Merrim, much the best as the number 7, Classical Romance holds on for second.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 5, Waters of Marham finished first, 7, Classical Romance second, 6, Ms. Hipsy Lettuce was third, and number 3, Lucky Wise fourth. 5-7-6-3 unofficial. Keeneland's second race, the Coolmore Julep Cup. Number 5 is the winner for number 44. Number 5, Waters of Marham, owned by the Arapahoe Thoroughbreds LLC of Dan Issel, trained by Brad Cox. Florent Giroux, the winning jockey. Waters of Marham, a 2-year-old filly by Connect out of Lyrical Diva by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by the Ashview Farm. Scott Issel, Bruce and Patricia P. Rat, mile and a 16th, 1 minute 46.08 seconds over the fast main track. Race 2, results official. 5-7-6-3, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Boone is joined by Catriona Clancy and Emily Duncan of Coolmore, presenting the trophy for the second race, the Coolmore Julep Cup, to the connections of Waters of Marham. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Race 3 at a mile and a 16th. This race will also finish, therefore, at the short stretch, the first wire. Third race, scratch the 7, Roaming Union. Number 7, Roaming Union, a scratch. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured. Looking ahead to the fourth event, in the fourth race, scratch 1, Glissado, and scratch 5, Crazy Genius. That's the fourth race, scratch the 1, Glissado, and scratch 5, Crazy Genius. And looking to the fifth race, scratch the 1, Belfast Boy, and scratch the 4, Il Butengati. That's the fifth race, scratch 1, Belfast Boy, and scratch 4, Il Butengati. Overweight, number 6, Excursion, the jockey, 1 pound over.
Race number 3, 18 minutes to post. $32,000 claimers at a mile and a 16th. Once again to the first wire finish here at Keeneland on the main track. And Gabby, the 6 horse is Treasure Trove, the 3-2 favorite right now. Your top selection, and Maker and Gaffalione looking to make amends off of that disappointing run from that favorite in the opener here today.
I think they're just getting aggressive with this horse. Look, they claimed him for $40,000, what was it, last fall, and they've accomplished a lot with him. He's hit the board a couple of times against Allowance Company. He finished fifth in the Ben Ali here. He's probably just not at the level where he can win a 2 other than allowance race, so they're dropping him in here for 32 to get the victory for trainer Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione, and I think he'll just be able to sit that perfect stalking trip with that outside draw.
It's a horse that ends up being my second choice in here with the key scratch in this race. The 7, by the way, I think would have taken a lot of money. I'm going to go with the 4 on top, Knight's Cross, and hope that this sort of Miz and Mass can keep things rolling for Tom Vanberg and Grit to Glory Racing. Florent Giroux looking for back-to-back on the card, having just taken the second race. A horse that can stalk off the pace. Gabby can close into the pace if it's there, but he's in good form and I think fits this level perfectly here at Keeneland.
He's been pretty versatile because last time out I thought he showed a really nice rating gear. He went gate to wire at Presque Isle over the synthetic 2 starts back. So I think he's kind of found his friends in this group, and I also like the versatility that he's shown. It kind of makes Florent Giroux's job a bit easier today.
Motigali, the 2 are part of our top 3 selections. You've got him second, I've got him third. Son of Union Rags. He's always seems to be forward in his races, and I think 2 turns is a better scenario for him. 1 turn race last time out, very quickly run, and especially given the level, you expect them to go that fast. So drops in class, back to 2 turns. The pace scenario should suit him much better here today with Adam Beschizza.
The pace scenario and also the level. If you look back at his race when he ran for 40,000, he went gate to wire at Churchill Downs, and he still didn't go that slowly. 23 and 4 for the opening quarter at a mile and a 16th isn't that slow. So I think he can go fast, Scott, and still maintain. It just depends on the class level. He's not an A other than horse. So this level at 32,000, he could have it at the advantage of going to the lead and maybe never looking back here for Juan Cano, who really knows how to place his horses well. He does well with his claimers throughout the year.
Leader of Men, the number 3 horse, 3-1 right there in the mix in the top 3 as far as the wagering. They took him for 25,000, did Robertino Diodoro and Heads Up Racing, and that's a good race. That horse that beat him by 7, Intrepid Heart, has a lot of back class. So to finish second to a horse like that for 25, let's see how he handles this here today. And we know how good Diodoro is first off the claim, winning a quarter of the time when he claims a horse last out.
I still think that he has a little improving to do. I did use him in third because Robertino Diodoro, he is just so good with his claiming horses and first off the claim. But he would have to improve, I think, in order to win here. However, he very well could improve given the connections.
15 minutes to post. It's race number 3 coming up here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Spendthrift, a claiming race for a price of $32,000, 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 7, Roaming Union. Scratch 7, Roaming Union. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time 7 minutes.
Six minutes to post as we're on the front side for some front side observations. Code Runner's a nice looking colt. You can see why they paid the amount of money that they did for him as a yearling. He is by honor code, and he's making just his second start here at Keeneland. His only other start came in against 3 other than Allowance Company, where he was beaten by South Bend, a really nice runner, and Empty Tomb as well. Mighty Heart come out of that race. This is a much easier spot for him today. So if he's ever going to react to a drop in class, you would hope that it'll happen here today. Code Runner at a big price of odds of 11 to 1. The number 2 horse, Modagali for Juan Cano, another one that looks solid out there on the track as he sits at 3 to 1. We'll see if he's able to show some speed going 2 turns. He should be able to outbreak the 1 and the 3, and I think that that's going to put him in a good spot. Perhaps Florent Giroux will be tracking just off the number 2 horse with the full horse, Knight's Cross. That's who I think we could see hook up going into that first turn. 5 minutes to post. It's race number 3, $32,000 claiming event for 3 and up.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 4th race, late jockey change in race 4. Number 6, Brazil Nut. The jockey will be Ricardo Santana Jr. Keeneland's 4th race, number 6, Brazil Nut. The jockey will be Ricardo Santana Jr. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 3rd race, the Spendthrift Julep Cup. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Knight's Cross out for the early lead. Motagali is there toward the inside, though, and Motagali moves up to apply pressure. Knight's Cross is alongside for the move into the first turn. Leader of Men comes away running in the 3rd position. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Treasure Trove, who's in 4th. Starts to move up 1 position around Code Runner in 5th. And Pepper Pike is last of the 6. Stays a lane off the rail, moves up to challenge for 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Motagali is the leader. Motagali on top by a length, headed off the first turn with Knight's Cross second on the outside, 24.53 seconds for the opening quarter. Leader of Men is 3rd and is looking for some running room in between horses now, starting to move up to press the issue as they head up the back stretch and beginning to contend for the lead. So Motagali has the lead a half length. Leader of Men second by a neck. Knight's Cross 3rd up on the far outside. Treasure Trove, Code Runner, and Pepper Pike at the back. First half mile at 48.65 seconds. Motagali the leader. Motagali on top, 3/4 of a length. Leader of men second by a half length. Knight's Cross third, caught wide heading onto the far turn. Code Runner is fourth, looking for more room down to the inside. There's Treasure Trove now. Treasure Trove starts to move around the turn, has to go to the outside of horses, moves up 2 spots into third. Code Runner comes off the rail. They're at the quarter pole, still fourth though. Back up front, it is Leader of Men who has taken over from Motagali. Motagali drops all the way back to fourth. Here's Treasure Trove and Code Runner bearing down behind Leader of Men into the short stretch, coming past the 8th pole. Leader of Men leads it by 2. Code Runner inside, Treasure Trove outside, Code Runner up the rail to challenge Leader of Men, and Treasure Trove there on the far outside. Code Runner keeps coming up the rail. Leader of Men is still fighting on, and then Treasure Trove. Code Runner gets there by a neck. Leader of Men was home second. Treasure Trove was third.
Code Runner finding his friends here today in this $32,000 claimer. Stays along the inside. He's got Leader of Men out in front of him. There may have been some contact just past this point in the race, Gabby, but the one hangs in there. 3 kind of ducks in a bit. 1 maybe comes out a touch, but it does look like Code Runner is able to pull this one off as he picks up his first win at Keeneland.
Kind of looks like David Cohen tried to intimidate the outside 6 who was closing, and then saw that Code Runner was sneaking up the rail, kind of shifted gears towards the inside. But Code Runner definitely had enough momentum to continue on under Rafael Bejarano, and he finally got the pace he needed to close today to get the win, unofficially 1-3-6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Code Runner finished first. Number 3, Leader of Men finished second. Number 6, Treasure Trove was third. Number 4, Knight's Cross was fourth. 1-3-6-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Spendthrift Julep Cup, number 1, Code Runner. Owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Jose Fernandez, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. Code Runner, a 4-year-old son of Honor Code, out of Nereid by Rock Hard 10. Winner bred in Kentucky by Bauman Stables, Edward Bradley, and Dr. Aaron Soanes. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.24 seconds. Third race results official, 1-3-6-4, the official results for Keeneland's third. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Reed is joined by Autry Graham, Christy Connor, Ned Toffee of Spendthrift, one of our special Wish Superfecta level sponsors, Spendthrift. The trophy presented to the connections of Code Runner. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. Scratch the 1, Glissado, and scratch 5, Crazy Genius. Again, scratch 1, Glissado, and scratch 5, Crazy Genius. Jockey for the 6, Brazil Nut, will be Ricardo Santana Jr. Number 6, Brazil Nut, the jockey is Ricardo Santana Jr. Fourth race, again, we finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Track is fast. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder in the fifth race, scratch the 1, Belfast Boy, and scratch the 4, Il Butengati. That's the fifth race, scratch 1, Belfast Boy, and scratch 4, Il Butengati. Overweight, number 6, Excursion. The jockey, 1 pound over. Sixth race, scratch number 1, Rugs. Sixth race, scratch number 1, Rugs. Change of equipment for the 2, Almanzo, blinkers on. 2 Almanzo, blinkers on today.
This is race number 4, 17 minutes to post. Maiden 30 claimers, 2-year-olds. They'll be going a mile and a 16th. Once again here on the main track. And Barber Road is who we're taking a look at. Gabby and myself's the top selection. In fact, we see this race identical, 3-7-2. Gabby, 5-1 right now. Good price. First time when John Ortiz sends a horse out to a route of ground, 21% winners. Debut wasn't bad against Maiden Special Weight Company. They add blinkers. The changes are what I'm leaning on here today for Barber Road.
It is still, and I pick him on top for sure. It is still a big test for a horse to go from 5 furlongs to a mile and a 16th. So that's kind of the biggest concern for me. It's not necessarily the race he comes out of or anything like that. It's just, will he be fit enough to go the mile and a 16th from just one race at 5/8? But for what it's worth, that race at Colonial was pretty good. The winner, Tejano Twist, would go on to finish second against Stakes Company twice since that race. So it was a productive one, and it doesn't hurt that this horse is dropping from that race in for 30 today.
Lemonade at the Latch, the number 7 horse, favored right now for Madacat Stables, Michael Dubb, and others. A colt by Twirling Candy for Brad Cox. Debuted on the dirt, race taken off the turf course at Ellis, was second in that field of 6, showed some speed, then didn't really run to expectations at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5 on that turf course in a much tougher race. So they're dropping down in class in a big way with this colt as he's in for 30. But that dirt race leads to some encouragement, at least here today, against a group like this.
You always like to see a horse that can be involved early, and that's what we saw with him in his first start, just kind of showing that speed. With this outside post, I think he'll probably wind up going to the lead, and if the 3, Barber Road, happens to show a bit more speed on the stretch out and distance, at least he's got the advantage to being on the outside of him.
The 2, Declare the Moon, draws the rail now, was claimed out of his debut for $20,000 at Churchill back on September 24th, so not even a month ago, by Chris Hartman. We talk often about how good of a claiming trainer Chris Hartman is. I'm always intrigued by horses that are claimed first time out, because to me, when you've got a barn as good as Chris Hartman, a trainer as good as Chris Hartman is with claiming horses, he obviously had seen this horse train in the morning, caught his eye, and that's why they went in for 20, having not seen a race from him.
Yeah, it could be several factors. Could be that he saw him train in the morning. Could be pedigree angle. Could be the owners really liking a horse first time out because of the pedigree. You never really know at the end of the day. I agree with you, though. It's very intriguing to see horses claimed in their first start, whether it be for $20,000 or even higher prices up the maiden claiming ladder. But Declare the Moon, I'm just not crazy that he draws the rail today, especially now stretching out for the first time from 3/4. I hope that he actually doesn't show that much speed and can kind of just take back, because if he does break sharply, he's going to have a lot of pace pressure to his outside from the potential favorite and second choice here.
Short stretch finish once again at mile and a 16th, race number 4, 14 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hagyard Julep Cup maiden claiming race. $30,000 the claiming price for these maiden 2-year-olds at 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. A reminder, scratch number 1, Glissado. Also scratch 5, Crazy Genius. Jockey for the 6 Brazil Nut is Ricardo Santana Jr., number 6. Double and pick 3 wagering. Track is fast, 6 minutes to post.
Over here on the front side with 6 minutes to post before race number 4, 2-year-old maidens at the maiden 30 level. Declare the Moon showed some nice energy when he first came out with the pony, but now settled in and now going to go off into his warm-up with Mitchell Merle as they go the wrong way just past that second finish line. He'll be passing in front of the first finish line here in just the next few moments, but thought that he looked fine out there as he gets set for his first race off the claim for trainer Chris Hartman. Barber Road, the one thing that stood out to me about this colt is how long he is, and I think that means that this distance will suit him. There is the 3. You can see him warming up, son of Race Day, the son of Tappet, out of a Southern Image mare. He has the right build for this mile and a 16th journey as he sits still at a good price. He's 6-1 right now for John Ortiz. And then finally, let's go over to the 8-horse Loon Shot, getting play because, first of all, he's got foundation underneath him. This will be the first time he 2 turns on the dirt, and McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. have been 2 of the strongest individuals, especially when they come together. This jockey trainer, one that you really do have to pay attention to here at Keeneland, as we've seen in these first few days of racing. So warming up on the outside there, or inside, I should say, going the wrong way. And on the backstretch, there's the 7-horse Lemonade at the Latch, the favorite for trainer Brad Cox. I think a lot of this has to do with connections and obviously having 2 races under his belt. 4-5 does seem a bit short for me in this race as we'll stick with the 3, both Gabby and I. 3, 7, and 2 is how we see it here in race number 4. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Hagyard Julep Cup. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Lemonade at the latch for the early lead. Barber Road is right there, though, in the opening strides, and Not That Serious between that pair. Declare the Moon back toward the rail as they move into the first turn. Barber Road gets over to the rail, has the early lead. But here comes Not That Serious to draw alongside. Within a neck of the leader midway on the first turn, Declare the Moon is behind that pair toward the rail and third ahead. Lemonade at the latch is up close fourth up on the outside, now taking third as they enter the backstretch. Eli and then Loon Shot, and then a gap of 3.5 more lengths back of that pair. Brazil Nut trails here early on, 24.1 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Barber Road, Not That Serious. They contest the lead. Lemonade at the latch is third, and Eli fourth on the extreme outside, center of the track, within a length of the front trio. Then Declare the Moon is next as they head for the far turn. Loon Shot is in between horses and is now running in fifth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Eli loses a spot to his outside and still a gap of another 8 lengths back to the trailer. Brazil Nut opening half mile went in 49.76 seconds. On to the far turn. Here's Lemonade at the latch right alongside of Barber Road. Lemonade at the latch from the outside. Barber Road against the rail. They're matching strides for the lead around the turn. Then a gap of 5 more lengths to Loon Shot, who's third by a neck. Declare the Moon is being urged along, not responding, though still fourth to the top of the short stretch. Still side by side for the lead. Barber Road to the rail. Lemonade at the latch is there on the outside, and these two continue to go at it into the final furlong. Barber Road, Lemonade at the latch. Barber Road with the lead. Barber Road hanging tough and opening back up. Barber Road, and Raylu Gutierrez draw clear in the closing strides to win it clear of Lemonade at the hatch, who was home across in the second position. Further back, Loon Shot was in third, and Declare the Moon was fourth.
Barber Road going to the front, and he was able to slow things down enough and have enough late kick to put away the favorite, who was 3 wide around that turn, Gabby. Florent Giroux had him in contention, but start to flatten out right now, and I think it's a good thing to be down on the inside portion of this main track right now.
Yeah, Lemonade at the latch was on the throat latch of the 3 Barber Road the entire way around there, but Barber Road still kicked clear in the end. Johnny Ortiz, his trainer, actually familiar with the sire and race day. He told me before the race, and he was so happy that he could stretch his horse out to a distance of ground at 1 1/16 this afternoon. He gets the victory here, 3-7-8 for the 4th.
On a fourth race, number 3, Barber Road, finished first. Number 7, Lemonade at the Latch, was second. Number 8, Loon Shot, was third. Number 2, Declare the Moon, fourth. 3-7-8-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Hagyard Julep Cup, 3, Barber Road. Owned by WSS Racing LLC of William Simon, trained by John Ortiz, Ray Lou Gutierrez, the jockey. Barber Road is a 2-year-old son of Race Day out of Encounter by Southern Image. Winner bred in Kentucky by Susan Forrester and Judy Curry. 1 1/16 over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.35 seconds. Fourth race, results official, 3-7-8-2, the official results, Keeneland's 4th event. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Katie is joined by Lindsay O'Hara, Danielle Bricker, Dr. Kevin Feaster, Dr. Luke Fallon, and Dr. Raina Bozorg-Manish of Hagyard, presenting the trophy for the 4th race, the Hagyard, to the connections of Barber Road. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast. The turf listed good. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. In this fifth event, scratch the 1 Belfast Boy and scratch the 4 Il Butengati. Again, scratch 1 Belfast Boy and scratch 4 Il Butengati. Overweight, number 6 Excursion, the jockey, 1 pound over. Sixth race, scratch number 1 Rugs. That's the sixth race, scratch number 1 Rugs. Change of equipment today for number 2 Almanzo, blinkers on. Number 2 Almanzo, blinkers on. Seventh race, scratch part of entry 1A, Lady Brielle. Scratch 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Scratch 11, 2020 Hoax. And scratch 14, Scarabea. Again, scratch part of entry 1A, Lady Brielle. Scratch 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Scratch the 11, 2020 Hoax. And scratch 14, Scarabea. A reminder, number 13, Trick Hat, draws into the race. Eighth race, scratch the 2, Santa Cruiser. Scratch 3, Trash Talk and Yankee. And scratch 13, 14, and 15. Hunt the Front, Ducali, and Malibu Star. Again, scratch 2, Santa Cruiser. Scratch 3, Trash Talk and Yankee. And scratch 13, 14, and 15. Overweight, number 1 Notary, jockey, 1 pound over. Ninth race, scratch 3, Can't Pay the Toll. Scratch 10, Hawk of War. Also scratch 13, 14, 15, and 16. That's the ninth race. Scratch 3, Can't Pay the Toll. Scratch 10, Hawk of War. And scratch 13 through 16. 10th and final race. Scratch the 7, Catalan. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 7, Catalan. The jockey for number 1, As You Were, Kevin Jimenez. Number 1, As You Were, Kevin Jimenez will be the jockey. Overweight of +2. And contrary to the program, no equipment change for number 4, Wins. Number 4, Wins, did not wear the blinkers last time and will not wear them today.
Race number 5 is our first sprint race of the day. 6.5 furlongs on the main track, 20,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. 2 scratches in here, the 1 and 4 both taken out. There's the 4 to 5 favorite, the number 3 horse, Freudian Fates for AJ Suited Racing and DC Racing. A son of Freud that was claimed out of New York, out of a maiden $25,000 claiming victory against straight New York breds by trainer Norm Cassie. And the Cassie barn does very well first off the claim, Gabby. 28% winners. This 5-year-old looks well spotted here to go back-to-back as far as victories are concerned from Saratoga down here to Keeneland.
And I think it's important that he establishes an early position. Last time out, he did lose his footing a bit coming out of the gate, and that's never something that you want to see with a speed horse because they have so much energy in the early part of the race trying to get to that front running position. But despite that, he still hung on by a nose. It's always difficult to face winners for the first time, but I think his best hope is that he makes the lead early. He gets Tyler Gaffleone, who was putting on some very aggressive rides yesterday, so I'm just hoping that that kind of spills over onto today.
The 5 is my second choice. Your third choice, B Maker for D&L Farms. Kelly Martinez, her husband Armando Martinez, will take the call. We've seen them come in here to Keeneland with horses well spotted and pick up victories. They took this horse for 10,000, I should say, last time out off of a victory, and we'll see if this colt can do more of the same and show that same sort of speed against this group. 6.5 furlongs, I think, is actually a positive for him, given the other speed in this race.
It was a big drop in class, Scott. If you look at the running lines in his second career start at Ellis, he faced the horse by the name of Milliken, who is my best angle of the day. Later today, he's going to be running in a tough allowance race, and Dale Romans just put him in for the 10,000 last time out. So I wouldn't say that this is too big of a class step up, as he was coming out of very tough maiden special weight races.
You've got the number 6 horse as your second choice, Excursion for Robertino Diodoro. They dropped him in for 30 last time out off of those Canterbury runs where he was running against Allowance Company. What did you make of his last race over at Churchill going 3/4?
I really wasn't too keen on it, but this is a horse that I think could get a good setup if B Maker, the 5, presses the 3 Freudian Fate here. He could be sitting in the catbird seat. I think Robertino Diodoro kind of, did what he did with him, ran him at Canterbury. He obviously wasn't competitive last time out for 30. They claimed this horse for 30, so now just taking another step down the ladder.
I went to the 8 as my third selection, who is currently 8-1 right now. Sir Ace-A-Lot for Eric Foster. Didn't run bad for 10 last time out. Now Motors at 2. And always look towards the Gerardo Corrales opportunities here at Keeneland. He rides as hard as anybody here at Keeneland when he gets the opportunity. And this is a gelding, now gelding. He's been gelded since his last race, so that's the change that's being made. And we'll see how he deals with this outside draw.
Yeah, I think this is a tough race for him. He's stepping up from 10,000, non-winners are 2, and a lot of horses in here are dropping in class. But he will be a pretty decent price to maybe throw in underneath if you like him.
The $1 pick 6 begins with race number 5. A lot of great racing still to come as we're 15 minutes away from this 5th event.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Airdrie Stud Julep Cup. This race, a claiming race for a price of $20,000, 3-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Scratch the 1, Belfast Boy, and scratch 4, Il Butengati. Overweight, the 6, Excursion. The jockey is 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the pick 6. No carryover for the pick 6. Main track is fast, turf listed good. Post time at 7 minutes.
Here's a runner that caught my eye coming through the tunnel into the post parade. That is Oxen for Jerome Miller, son of Oxbow, 6-year-old gelding. He just looks nice. That's the simplest way of putting it. And he's a horse that's feeling good. He's showing good energy right now as he warms up underneath Colby Hernandez. Perhaps he'll build off of that most recent start, which was his first since late July, and they dropped him in for 30. But he looks really nice right now out on the track, and he sits at odds of 10-1 as he's put on the rail with the scratch of the number 1 horse. Freudian Fate, also looks the part. That son of Freud being sent out by trainer Norm Cassie. There he is, warming up with Tyler Gaffalione, looking for consecutive victories. He is the even money favorite. See nothing wrong with the way that he acted coming out onto the track as well. And Excursion is another horse that looks very good. He looks like a sprinter. That's obviously what he's been doing. Son of Curlin, who's 1 for 12. He was 12-1 in that Churchill Downs race, and he ran like it. But he's getting some respect here today, bet down to 5-2. He looks like he's doing well, and that's the one takeaway in watching him in the post parade and coming through the tunnel with jockey David Cohen, one of the go-to riders for Robertino Diodoro. First sprint race of the afternoon. They'll be going 6.5, 20,000 claimers. Now more does a 2 lifetime, less than 4 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Airdrie Stud, start of the Pick 6. They are at the post. And they're off. And here comes Freudian Fate down toward the inside. B Maker has early speed as well. B Maker now pokes ahead in front. All the Diamonds goes third. Excursion is away running in the 4th position. Oxon 5th toward the inside. And then comes Sir Ace-A-Lot at the back as the field works their way up the backstretch and heads for the far turn. Three-way shuffle for the lead. All the Diamonds far outside. Freudian Fate to the inside. B-Maker between that pair. They are chased by Oxon against the rail in the 4th position. Excursion alongside that one. Sir Ace-A-Lot last. It was 22.16 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. All the Diamonds far outside, has a head in front around the far turn, but Freudian Fate is right there toward the inside. B-Maker has lost ground, drops back in third. Excursion goes wide from 4th, still running 7 lengths off the lead. Top of the stretch. All the Diamonds on the outside and Freudian Fate against the rail. These two continue to go at it for the lead, coming toward the final furlong. Then a gap of 6 more lengths. Excursion is third. All the Diamonds, Freudian Fate, still side by side all the way down the stretch here at Keeneland. All the Diamonds with a head in front. Freudian Fate tries to respond to the inside. All the Diamonds. Freudian Fate fighting back. Freudian Fate gets there by a nose for Tyler Gaffalione over All the Diamonds.
What a stretch duel between the 3-horse Freudian Fate and the 7-horse All the Diamonds. They hook up at the quarter pole. The 7 gets in front of the heavy favorite at odds of 11-1, but the rider of the 3, Tyler Gaffalione, never stops. And I think another example of it's good to be on the inside portion of this main track right now on the dirt course. Even right now, has plenty of work to do, but comes back and gets the win. Freudian Fate at odds of 4-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. 3, Freudian Fate was first. 7, All the Diamonds was second. 8, Sir Ace-A-Lot third. 6, Excursion fourth. 3, 7, 8, 6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Airdrie Stud Julep Cup, number 3, Freudian Fate, owned by the AJ Suited Racing Stable LLC of Justin Nicholson, owned by DC Racing of David Levitch Sr., and Cardinal Hill Racing of trainer Norm Cassie. Tyler Gaffalione is the winning jockey. Freudian Fate, 5-year-old son of Freud, out of Loxena by Came Home, bred in New York by Julia Burnett Armstrong. 6.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 17.39 seconds. Results official 3:7.86. The official results for Keeneland's fifth race. In the winner's circle, in conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Gwen is joined by Brett Jones, Tyler Jones, Ben Henley, Jocelyn Brooks of Airdrie Stud, presenting the trophy for the fifth race, the Airdrie Stud Julep Cup, to the connections of Freudian Fate. Keeneland's sixth race is upcoming. This will start the late pick 5, double and pick 3 wagering also offered here. Main track is fast, turf is good. In the sixth race, scratch the 1 Rugs. Scratch the 1 Rugs. A reminder, change of equipment, blinkers on the 2 Almanzo. 2 Almanzo blinkers on. Seventh race, scratch part of entry, 1A, Lady Brielle. Scratch number 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Scratch 11, 2020 Hoax. And scratch 14, Scarabea. That's the seventh race. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Lady Brielle. Scratch 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Also, scratch 11, 2020 Hoax. And scratch 14, Scarabea. A reminder, number 13, Trick Hat, draws into the race. Looking ahead to the eighth race, scratch 2, Santa Cruiser. Scratch 3, Trash Talk and Yankee, and take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. Again, scratch 2, Santa Cruiser, scratch 3, Trash Talk and Yankee, and take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. Overweight, number 1, Notary, the jockey, 1 pound over. Ninth race, scratch 3, Can't Pay the Toll. Scratch 10, Hawk of War, and take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the ninth race. Scratch 3, Can't Pay the Toll. Scratch 10, Hawk of War. And take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Checking the 10th and final race, a reminder, scratch the 7, Catalan. Scratch 7, Catalan. Jockey for number 1, As You Were, Kevin Jimenez. Number 1, As You Were, the jockey Kevin Jimenez. Weight is +2. Contrary to the program, no equipment change for the 4 wins. She did not wear blinkers last time and will not wear them today.
November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
Race number 6 does start the late pick 5 today. 10-race card begins with 2-year-old maidens. Maiden special weight, 7 furlongs the distance. There is a scratch of Ruggs, putting the number 2 horse down on the inside, Almanzo. Make note of the fact that Almanzo does run with blinkers here today. That is a late equipment change not noted in your past performances. But Ignitus on the outside is my top play in here, Gabby. Dwayne Lucas sends this colt out, son of Nyquist, who gets back to sprinting. I think that's a plus. He routed last time out, made the lead, was eventually beaten by Rattle and Roll, winner of the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity last weekend on opening weekend. So I think that Ignitus has a big opportunity here, and he's a good price right now. He sits at 5-1 for Dwayne Lucas.
See the trainer, bet the horse. I saw Dwayne Lucas a little bit earlier today. It was a pleasure catching up with the Hall of Famer. And Ignitus, yes, he is definitely a horse that you have to use in here. You have to respect the form that he has coming into today. The pace scenario is a little murky because we don't know what some of these first-time starters are made of. And he very well could be alone on the lead. And for what it's worth, Scott, looking at how the main track has been playing, kind of looks like you want to be inside speed. Those horses on the inside, just like in race 5, are coming back.
Well, you just want to be in the inside. I mean, we've seen horses close on that inside lane.
Just inside is good.
That lane 1 has been the prime real estate. Every horse has won from that lane at the top of the stretch. You've got King Doodle on the outside. He's drawn post now 9 with the scratch of the 1. First-time starter for Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffalione. Nicely bred colt by Into Mischief.
That was my thought here. They paid a lot for him, and he is a son of Into Mischief, one of the top stallions out there. He's out of a mare who's by Scat Daddy, and this horse's siblings, either one early or one first time out. So you do like to see that precocity in the female family. And I actually like the work tab at the Churchill Downs Training Center. So Mike Maker, he can definitely get a horse to win at first asking. Post position isn't great, but I expect this horse to show a little bit of speed and hopefully be fit enough to win at 7/8 first out.
We both got all choked up in our top 3. The son of Klimt for Jimmy DeVito. They bought him this summer at the 2-year-old in training sale, a 2-year-old in training sale for $225,000. There's a look at Jimmy alongside his Klimt colt. We talked at length about this and how good he is with young horses. Coming over from Churchill, this horse spent the summer at Arlington Park working on the synthetic track. You really do have to take note whenever Jimmy DeVito brings one here to Keeneland.
And as Tom Leach was mentioning earlier today, Klimt, he's a stallion that only stands for $10,000, but they purchased this horse for $225,000 at a 2-year-old sale. So that obviously is a good sign. He's by Klimt, and he's out of Never the Same as Scat Daddy Dam, who this horse is a half to Mo D'Amour. She was a stakes winner, multiple graded stakes place going long on the dirt, but she also won first time out, which I think is an important note for this horse.
We'll wrap things up with the number 2 horse, Almanzo, who is 3-2 right now. He adds blinkers. If he can show speed, he's got that inside draw now, which might be a plus if he could be quick away from there. And he's a well-related colt. He's a son of Tappet, his half-sister, a Grade 1 winner. This one for Don Alberto. So any move forward could get this horse right into the race, which he needs to be from the rail.
I'm just not crazy about the rail, Scott. I'm not, or the fact his post position giving his running style at least first time out, but also the price. I think we have to wait and see if this horse floats up, but I didn't see any horse worthy of being 3-2 in this race. Maybe the betting public knows a little bit more than I do, but Almanzo definitely has to improve in order to win here.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 5 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Flaxman Holdings Julep Cup, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. 2-year-olds in this maiden special. Scratch the 1, Ruggs. Scratch number 1, Ruggs. A reminder that this is where the late pick 5 gets underway. Double and pick 3 wagering also are featured here. Also, this reminder about the change of equipment today. Almanzo, number 2, blinkers on. Blinkers on today for the 2 Almanzo. Post time in just 6 minutes.
There's a look at Euler for Jackpot Farm, a son of Uncle Mo, Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2020, purchased for $110,000, and was part of today's Today at Keeneland Clocker Report. And if you followed the Clocker Report in those selections, they have performed very well here in the first 5 days of racing at Keeneland. So keep an eye on Euler, who sits at 15-1 right now. Outside draw, that might be one of the downsides to him, given how the inside portion of the track has worked so well. But at 15-1, Clocker Report, Clocker pick is Euler for Steve Asmussen. All choked up, the number 5 horse. He is a good-looking son of Klimt. That's what Jimmy DeVito just told me. One of the main reasons they purchased him for over $200,000, that and the workout that he put in that 2-year-old and training sale together. And he's worked well on the synthetic at Arlington as well as over at Churchill. He says he has good speed. The one thing is those 7 furlongs debuting is a tough distance, but he is a horse that looks very good, and it's Tom Leach's pick of the day, his long shot play of the day, 5-1 right now, a good price on the number 5 that is all choked up. The 6 Malibu Mike, colt by Malibu Moon, comes from a stakes-winning First Dam, who's 2 for 2 with her runners. She's yet to produce a 2-year-old winner, the First Dam, Miss Pleasant, but a good-looking colt by Malibu Moon, a very classic-looking sort, as he sits at 14-1 with Jimmy Graham in the saddle. But Almanzo continues to be the favorite. Almanzo, the son of Tappet, adding blinkers here today. Again, make note of that. We'll see if he's able to show speed from the inside, which is necessary to win going 7 furlongs. Race number 6, start of the late pick 5, less than 4 minutes to get those plays in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Flaxman Holdings, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Cloud Creek from the inside. Almanzo kicks in down toward the rail as they join up onto the main course now up the back stretch. And King Doodle will be close in the opening strides as well. Gruden kicks in, and Gruden now moves up against the rail out of a crowd of horses to take over. But Almanzo is right there in the second position by just a head. And then comes King Doodle third up on the outside. Underdressed is fourth against the rail, followed by Ignitus fifth between horses. Euler has lost a couple of positions, caught wide in sixth to the far turn. Malibu Mike is in the seventh position. Cloud Creek is eighth down toward the inside and is followed by All Choked Up in ninth. And Mr. Yasuda last of 10, 22.71 seconds the time for the opening quarter. It is Gruden with the lead, but here's Almanzo. Almanzo starts to draw alongside of Gruden, those two matching strides as they move for the top of the stretch. Ignitus is third, and Ignitus is 3 lengths off the front pair, 2 lengths off the front pair. Ignitus going to swing wide for the drive off the far turn, and Ignitus comes striding forward for the lead. Moving by the 8th pole, Ignitus has taken control in the final furlong. Almanzo in second, Gruden is third. It is Ignitus moving on for the finish. Rafael Bejarano, Ignitus to draw clear and win it. Almanzo will be across the line in the second position. And then it's going to be close for third. Malibu Mike rallied up for third, Gruden fourth.
From off the pace, Ignitus swinging wide, as Kurt Becker mentioned, and carries that momentum past the two pace setters, which included the number 7 horse Gruden and Ignitus, who was able to make the lead but could not keep up with Ignitus, the son of Nyquist, cutting back in distance. That appears to be the key. Came out of that key race, which produced rattle and roll over at Churchill Downs. Well done to the coach, Dwayne Lucas, getting the victory, and Rafael Bejarano. He's had a productive couple of days right here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 9, Ignitus, was first. Number 2, Almanzo, second. Number 6, Malibu Mike, third. Number 7, Gruden, fourth. 9-2-6-7, results unofficial. Results of Keeneland's sixth race official, 9-2-6-7. The official results. Official winner of race 6, the Flaxman Holdings, number 9, Ignitus, owned by Holy Cow Stable LLC of Himanshu Shukla, trained by Dwayne Lucas. 2 wins today for jockey Rafael Bejarano. Ignitus, 2-year-old son of Nyquist out of Zaharias by Grand Slam, bred in Kentucky by Nesco 2 Limited. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.21 seconds. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Cooper is joined by Christine, Kevin, and Carrie Gilbert of Flaxman Holdings, presenting the trophy for the 6th race, the Flaxman Holdings Julep Cup, to the connections of number 9, Ignitus. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. The turf listed good. The rail set at 10 feet today. Double, pick 3, and also started the late pick 4 here in this 7th race. Scratch part of entry 1A, Lady Brielle. Scratch number 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Scratch the 11, 2020 Hoax. And scratch 14, Scarabea. Again, scratch part of entry 1A, Lady Brielle. Also scratch number 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Scratch 11, 2020 Hoax, and scratch 14, Scarabea. A reminder, number 13, Trick Hat, draws into the race. 8th race, scratch the 2, Santa Cruiser, scratch the 3, Trash Talk and Yankee, and take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. That's the 8th race. Scratch the 2, Santa Cruiser, scratch the 3, Trash Talk and Yankee, and also take out 13 through 15, the also eligibles. Overweight, the 1, Notary, jockey, 1 pound over. Featured 9th race, scratch 3, Can't Pay the Toll, scratch 10, Hawk of War, and take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the 9th race. Scratch 3, Can't Pay the Toll, scratch 10, Hawk of War, and take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. 10th and final race, scratch 7, Catalan. That's the 10th and final race, scratch 7, Catalan. Jockey for the 1, As You Were, will be Kevin Jimenez. Number 1, As You Were, the jockey Kevin Jimenez. The weight is +2. And contrary to the program, no change of equipment for the 4, Wins. Wins did not wear blinkers last time and will not wear them today.
Late pick 4 time for this Thursday at Keeneland, and this will be our first turf race of the afternoon. Maiden special weight at 3/16. Fillies and mares 3 and up, and right now the number 7 horse is the heavy favorite Palamos out of the Grand Motion Barn, last seen 2 months ago, finishing second over at Saratoga. I went to the 12 as my top play in here, Fast as Flight for Susan and Jim Hill out of the Brian Lynch Barn, a daughter of Air Force Blue, who's shown 2 good starts so far in her career. She sprinted on debut, came from off the pace to finish second, beating a length and a quarter, and then moved forward with the added distance at Kentucky Downs. And I think the added distance even further today will be a positive. Now, we saw a lot of horses coming from off the pace on the turf course just yesterday. It was a different scenario than what we saw on opening weekend where you wanted to sit forward. So we'll see what the turf course is doing today, but maybe at this longer distance, that with the pace maybe not being as fast, horses that sit close can finish well, and I think Fastest Flight may attempt to do that from that outside draw with Chris Landeros in the saddle, 9-2 right now on my top selection. The number 3 horse is where I'll go next, Flanagan's Cove for Shug McGahee, a Kitten's Joy filly who's run on the grass in 3 occasions over the course of the summer over at Colonial in Virginia, and showed some improvement in those last 2 with added distance, and gets a cozy draw here today. We'll break from post position number 2, does the number 3 filly by Kitten's Joy, Flanagan's Cove, a homebred for Emery Hamilton. So Flanagan's Cove, 8-1 right now. I think that she can take a step forward, especially with the added distance. And then finally, I'll go to the number 1 horse, Bella Conchita, for Cherie DeVoe. Cherie had a winner last weekend, or opening weekend, on the turf course. Here's another Kitten's Joy filly, and this one owned by Dixiana Farms. They bred this filly in part, along with Ken and Sarah Ramsey. But you can see the progression that she's made. And if, in fact, the way that Bejarano's going right now, he has been riding very well today. He took the stake yesterday aboard California Angel, coming from way off the pace. We'll see what he opts to do here. Looks like he may have some options. I mean, I think he'll end up playing what the pace gives him. If it's a quick pace, he'll come from off of it. If it's a slow pace, he could sit forward. But Bella Conchita, the number 1 horse, 8-1, the part of the entry that remains in here. But the 7 horse Palamos is the clear favorite, 4-5 right now, with Jimmy Graham riding for Graham Motion, coming off the 2-month layoff. We'll see how she does getting back out to a distance such as this, as she has moved to that in her last 2. 16 minutes to post, race number 7. Once again, starts the late pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Lane's End, maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile and 3/16 on the turf. Listed good, rail set at 10 feet. Double pick 3 and also started the late pick 4 here. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Lady Brielle. Scratch number 8, Ms. Covert Operation. Scratch the 11, 2020 Hoax. And scratch 14, Scarabea. A reminder, number 13, Trick Hat, draws into the race. 6 minutes to post.
Here's my best angle of the day from today at Keeneland. Fast as Flight, whose price is steadily coming down, now 5-2 as we're inside of 5 minutes to post. I think that this is a filly, Gabby, that should sit forward. I think that even if Chris Landeros ends up taking her back from the outside draw, I think she's the type that can close, and we'll see how she fares. But she's taking a lot of late action as we approach post time.
Yeah, at this distance, Scott, I do think she's going to be forwardly placed, and I hope that she's forwardly placed because with that post, again, she's going to have to clear, hopefully, the majority of the field and establish a decent run going into that first turn. But she's got size. She's got class to her. I really do like her from a physical standpoint today.
Palamos, the number 7 horse, there she is, now 2-1. She was 4-5 at one point in time. Did you expect to see this kind of action on this filly in a wide open race like this?
I did not. I really didn't. I don't really know where the action is coming from. I did think the reason why I picked her on top, Scott, was because I thought she didn't get the right trip last time out. She was too far back. She had too much to do. The winner of the race went gate to wire. There wasn't much pace in there, and I don't really see the pace kind of unfolding how it was last time out. It seems like there's more pace, but she is getting pretty warm today. It is a warm day, but maybe something to just pay attention to. You really want these fillies to be settled, especially at this distance.
The number 1 horse, Bella Conchita, she is settled in out on the track. She got a little amped up, and that's something that Cherie DeVoe told me is normal for her. Once they get the tack on her, she does get a bit on her toes, which is her norm and a good situation. And you've got Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. She hopes that he can have good early position. He'd like to have her forward. She would like to have her forward, in this race, and she's 5-1 right now.
She looks good. She's a very athletic-looking filly. Again, it's taken her a couple of starts to really find her groove, but at least she's improving, and I think she's improving because of the distance.
How about the 2-horse English Treasure finds herself on the rail? She's only had 1 start, so how do you expect her to be able to handle that? And we talk about horses, taking a leap forward as far as hoping that they can take a leap forward. But going from a mile out to a mile and 3/16 in their second start, is that maybe too big of an ask?
It is, but at least she'll be able to have a ground-saving trip. And Scott, honestly, when I look at her, she physically looks like a longer distance horse. She does not look like a mile horse. So even despite maybe not being 100% in terms of fitness, which I think she is, she doesn't look like a filly that holds too much condition. She's got good muscle definition and everything you want to see in a long-distance racehorse. It is still a tough test. For what it's worth, her last race was actually quite good. We saw a couple of winners come out of that race. So the 2 English Treasure, I would actually really consider using her in that pick 4, which starts now.
1 minute to post. Get those wagers in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Lane's End, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Pelican Cheetah comes out for the lead. English Treasure, Flanagan's Cove are there down toward the inside. Liz Queen Fleur-de-Lis is up close. Fleeting Glimpse is right there in between horses as well. English Treasure moves up the inside. Here's Fast as Flight moving from the far outside now from 4th to 3rd to challenge for 2nd. Fast as Flight moves up. Less than a length off the leader, English Treasure. Fleeting Glimpse between that pair. Flanagan's Cove goes 4th. Pelican Cheetah is 5th up on the outside. Miss Tulsa against the rail is 6th moving into the first turn. Liz Queen Fleur-de-Lis 3 wide in the 7th position. Dibble Dibble back to the inside in 8th. Wicked Intent is 9th. Palamos against the rail is 10th. And Tricky Hat is last of the 11. 23.38 for the opening quarter mile. Onto the backstretch they go. English Treasure leads. English Treasure on top 3/4 of a length. Fleeting Glimpse is starting to draw alongside again from second by 2. Fast as Flight is backed away to third, a half length. Flanagan's Cove is in fourth. Bella Conchita fifth toward the outside. Then Miss Tulsa, Liz Queen Fleur de Lis, Wicked Intent between that pair. Dibble Dibble, Palamos, who's still near the back, better than a dozen lengths off the lead. Trick Hat is last after an opening half mile. 47.45 seconds the time for that opening half. Into the far turn they go. English Treasure is the leader against the rail. Fleeting Glimpse just off the leader's flank. Fast as Flight moving up now. Far outside, going to be wide on the far turn. Third up into second and neck, a length and a half off the lead. Flanagan's Cove starts to gear up and swings wide from fourth into third. Bella Conchita moves up 5 lengths off the lead behind that one. Then Miss Tulsa. Palamos is still nearly 10 lengths from the front. They're coming toward the 8th pole in the stretch. English Treasure cuts the quarter, still leads it. Flanagan's Cove takes aim again from the outside. And Fast as Flight is third. Flanagan's Cove coming after English Treasure, who still has the lead by a length. Flanagan's Cove is second. Flanagan's Cove is alongside. Flanagan's Cove is trying. Flanagan's Cove getting in front to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. English Treasure second. Bella Conchita was home third, close for fourth.
Flanagan's Cove able to come from off the pace here at odds of 11-1. English Treasure on the stretch out in distance set the pace, but maybe a touch too fast. The 12 was involved. Had to check out of a spot right there. We'll see if they may need to take a look at this, as the 12 did check significantly and ends up finishing off the board. But right now, Flanagan's Cove in full flight, able to get the victory at odds of 11-1.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Objection sign has been posted on the infield board at Keeneland. There is a claim of foul that has been lodged by the jockey of number 12, Fast as Flight, against the unofficial winner, number 3, Flanagan's Cove, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Claim of foul pending against the unofficial winner. On the television monitors now, the split screen, the program feed to the left, and the steward's view to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. No change. Result will stand as is, 3217. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, number 3, Flanagan's Cove, owned and bred in Kentucky by Emery Hamilton, the trainer, Shug McGahee. 2 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Flanagan's Cove, a 3-year-old filly by Kitten's Joy out of Hungry Island by More Than Ready. A mile and 3/16 over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 56.26 seconds. The results are now official for race 7, 3217, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Molly is joined by Andy Farish, Megan Prouty, Heather Johnson, Danielle Austin, Jackie Casey, and Trevor Klein of Lane's End, one of our special Wish Superfecta level sponsors, presenting the trophy for the 7th race, the Lane's End Julep Cup, to the connections of Flanagan's Cove. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is listed fast. Scratch the 2 Santa Cruiser. Scratch 3 Trash Talkin' Yankee. And also take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. Overweight, number 1 Notary, jockey 1 pound over. Featured 9th race. Scratch 3 Can't Pay the Toll. Scratch 10 Hawk of War. And take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. 10th and final race, scratch 7 Catalan. Scratch the 7 Catalan. Jockey for the 1 As You Were, Kevin Jimenez. Number 1 As You Were, the jockey Kevin Jimenez. Weight is +2. And a reminder, contrary to the program, no equipment change for the 4 wins. No blinkers last time. Does not wear blinkers today either.
Race number 8, 16 minutes to post. Very good group of sprinters here. 7 furlongs the distance, first level allowance condition. This race does start the final pick 3 of the day here today on this 10-race card. And I'm going to go to the number 5 horse, the flashy first out winner, Milliken, the son of Into Mischief for Whittam Thoroughbreds and Ian Wilkes. Gabby ran off the screen on debut at Ellis Park, winning by 8 lengths, 121-4 the final time. As he faced older company that day, he settled and finished strong, and Brian Hernandez was aboard that day. And not a bad price right now on Milliken, as the attention is going, so the majority of attention is going to the 6 Olympiad, who's 6-5.
I'll be curious to see how the odds change as we get closer to post time, because 6-5 seems very low on the 6, and even when you're looking at horses like the 8 Tulane Trist and Bears Watching. But I too went to the 5 Milliken. Ian Wilkes, when he wins with first-time starters, he comes back and wins with them second out at 36%, 79% in the money. And oftentimes we see those horses go on to be competitive against stakes and graded stakes company. So Milliken, I thought his debut was extremely impressive. And to me, I like the move, sticking to 7/8, the distance that he won at first time out.
We've both got Bears Watching in our top 3. A Caraconte colt, well-bred, bred by Mr. Farish. And this is a runner that picked up a nice win second time out at Gulfstream Park. Last time out, didn't establish the position he needed. He was the heavy favorite that day. He needs to be better away from the starting gate. But boy, does it look like he's training well, coming in with a very fast workout at Churchill.
Exactly. He might have just needed his first race. It kind of appeared to be the case when he started his year off back in February. He was so much better, so much improved in his second start versus his first start. I didn't really see much of a excuse for him last time out. It says slow start, but really he just kind of got out of the gate. There were other horses that made moves in the late stages of the race, including Flags Up, who actually beat him. I just think he needed a race to help him in terms of fitness, and he comes in today with a nice sharp bullet workout at Churchill, as you mentioned.
Tulane Trist on the comeback, 4-month layoff, a colt by Into Mischief that we've seen some very nice runs from. You've got him as your second choice. It comes out of a tough race, obviously in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens, so we'll see how he fares on the comeback to racing.
I'll take 5-1 on this horse all day long. In some ways, Scott, I thought that he was the horse to beat. He was progressing nicely at the fairgrounds and at Churchill Downs. He lost to Supremacy 2 starts back, but I think you can give him the benefit of the doubt for his performance in the Grade 1 Woody Stephen. We're talking about a completely different caliber of racehorse and Drain the Clock and Jackie's Warrior, Grade 1 types of horses. I don't see that in here.
Olympiad is the favorite at 7-5, and a lot of it has to do with the race that he comes out of. I mean, let's face it, Baby Yoda, one of the bigger stories, one of the better stories really to come out of the Saratoga meeting, who ran such a giant speed figure in the race in which Olympiad was second, and Baby Yoda came back, finished third in a short field against Stakes Company last weekend. I think it was an okay third, but do we need to question maybe this race and that track on that day and how fast they went?
100%. You have to look at the horses that exited that day and see how they have fared since then. And from just looking at a couple of horses, Scott, one of them being Baby Yoda. Yes, he ran third in the Vosburg, but he got an 84 Beyer speed figure, down from a plus 100 Beyer speed figure. And Classic Causeway, a horse that ran on the undercard as well for trainer Brian Lynch. He came back in the Breeders' Futurity. He ran third. He ran a good race, but he went from a 90 to a 73 Beyer speed figure. So horses have regressed out of that day, and I think you kind of have to take a similar approach with Olympiad. Now, if he regresses a bit and runs, into the 90s, he might still win this race, but I do think it's food for thought.
Good race coming up, 12 minutes to post. Race number 8, first level allowance condition, 7/8 on the main track.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. The Godolphin Julep Cup, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 2, Santa Cruiser. Scratch 3, Trash Talk and Yankee. And also take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. Overweight, number 1, Notary, the jockey, 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is fast. Post time coming up in just 5 minutes. Track is fast, turf listed good.
Go straight to the 5 front side. That's Milliken, the second-time starter, I should say, who won first out so impressively by 8 lengths. And Ian Wilkes was just telling me over in the paddock that he felt like this horse was sitting on that kind of debut performance. He was not shocked at all that he was able to win by 8 lengths. He gives them, Ian said, he, quote, gives them a lot of confidence. And that is a positive sign when taking a look at this horse. He's an elegant-looking colt, well-behaved, obviously very fast. So big things expected, I think, of this colt moving forward in his career here today. Let's go over to Two-Lane Trist real quick. Cherie DeVoe, I had a chance to speak to her about this runner in the previous race as she was sending out the number 1 in race number 7. And it seems as though this just might be a jumping off point, coming back off of a 4-month layoff. And she mentioned 7/8 off of a 4-month layoff is maybe pushing it a little bit. So we shall see. At an odds of 5-1, he certainly has those big races that he's run, but maybe he's going to need one to get a little bit more fitness to get through it. He was dealing with a foot abscess. That was the issue with him in coming back off the 4-month layoff. So we'll see how Tulane Trist does here today. I just wanted to show the 9 Bears watching for Mr. Ferris, the homebred. Just has so much class. The way that he carried himself in the paddock, the way that he is here out on the front side as well, warming up with Tyler Gaffalione, who is having a tremendous start to this second week at Keeneland Racecourse. 6-1 on the board right now. We'll see how he fares early on. That's going to be the key for him, is to be quick away from the starting gate. As we're closing in on 3 minutes to post, a very good group of sprinters going 7 furlongs on the Keeneland main.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Godolphin Julep Cup. They are at the post, and they're off. Tiberius Mercurius broke sharply, but now here comes Milliken. Milliken moves up, and Olympiad is there between horses. Tulane Trist is up close. Bears watching comes away in the 5th position. Olympiad puts a head in front. Two-lane Trist moves up to challenge from between horses. Tiberius Mercurius is there on the far outside. Milliken back toward the inside in fourth. 2 lengths off the front trio. It is flanked there by Bears Watching in fifth. Grandeur moves up in between horses in sixth. Simovich 3 wide in seventh. Spankhurst 4 wide in eighth. Pledge of Allegiance back toward the rail in ninth. Then a break of 7 more lengths back to Notary, who's last of the 10. 22.89 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Olympiad is the leader. Olympiad against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. Two-lane Trist is second. Tiberius Mercurius far outside is in third. Milliken still locked on the rail in fourth. 2 lengths off the leader as they move for the top of the stretch. Simovich, Bears Watching between horses, and then Grandeur back toward the inside, who's 7 lengths from the lead. Into the stretch, Olympiad chased by Milliken. Milliken now has room and switches lanes to the outside to try to come after Olympiad. Olympiad 2-length lead. Milliken takes aim into the final furlong. A length and a half separate the top two. Now only a length. Here's Milliken driving after Olympiad. Olympiad is fighting on gamely. Milliken trying. Olympiad with the lead. Olympiad wins it. Milliken was across the line in second, and then further back, Notary got up in time for third from Pledge of Allegiance.
He kept on going. Olympiad, the $700,000 Keeneland September yearling purchase from 2019, son of Speightstown, coming out of that live race, which produced Baby Yoda at Saratoga. Milliken, he had to wait to get room to get off the rail and get in the clear. Once he did make a race of this, but just comes up about a half of a length short. These are 2 very nice horses, and you can see how far clear they are of the one horse Notary. A good 5, 6, maybe 7 lengths in the end. Turned into a 2-horse race, and the winner, Olympiad, at odds of 4 to 5, comes home.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: 6 Olympiad finished first. 5 Milliken was second. 1 Notary finished third. 7 Pledge of Allegiance was fourth. 6-5-1-7 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Godolphin Allowance 6 Olympiad, owned by Grandview Equine of Robert Clay, Cheyenne Stables LLC of Everett Dobson, and Ellen J. Foxwoods of Larry Nancy and Jamie Roth. Olympiad, a 3-year-old son of Speightstown out of Tokyo Time by Medaglia d'Oro, is trained by Bill Mott, and the winning jockey is Flavian Pratt. The winner bred in Kentucky by Emery Hamilton, 2 wins as breeder on the card. Keeneland Sales Grad Olympiad covers the 7 furlongs, 1 minute 21.92 seconds. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Landon is joined by Rusty Thompson and Kelly Thompson of Godolphin, presenting the trophy for the 8th race, the Godolphin Julep Cup, to the connections of number 6, Olympiad. Eighth race results official, 6-5-1-7, the official results for Keeneland's 8th. Keeneland's featured 9th race upcoming. The turf is listed good, the rail at 10 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, scratch 3 can't pay the toll. Scratch 10, Hawk of War. And take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. 10th and final race, scratch 7, Catalan. That's the 10th race, scratch 7, Catalan. Jockey for the 1, As You Were, Kevin Jimenez. Number 1, As You Were, Kevin Jimenez, the jockey. Weight is +2. Contrary to the program, there is no equipment change for the 4 wins. Did not wear blinkers last time, does not wear them today. A reminder, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 in that 10th race, $15,390.
This is the ninth and featured event at Keeneland for this Thursday, October 14th, and we're looking at Mathael, a runner that both Gabby and I like on top. Here's a son of Noble Mission that comes off of strong runs at Kentucky Downs and Saratoga, and Gabby has progressed up the ladder, taken for 35,000, ran well enough for 50 at Saratoga. He took the shot maker and these connections with a run at Kentucky Downs and showed that he belongs in a level like this here in Kentucky.
Yeah, we see Mike Maker do this often. He finds horses that have a little bit of back class, and he just kind of gets them to peak, and that's what it seems like is the trajectory for this horse. He ran his best race ever in his career last time out, finishing second and a very tough two other than at Kentucky Downs. So I think if he takes a step forward, he could certainly win this race.
I think Huge Bigley's one that you got to consider as well for John Ortiz. The Ortiz barn already what they win today cleared the A other than last time out. We saw a the Colonial form show up with the Kitten's Joy runner earlier for Shug McGahee, who was able to score at 11-1. I'm convinced now that what we're seeing in this turf course is that in these longer distance races with the slower paces, you need to be forward in maybe a mile and a 16th type of race on the turf. I think that you can close off the pace and get that kind of setup, and I think that Huge Bigley should have a good early bit of position, and Raylu Gutierrez also looking for his second win today.
Yeah, Raylu Gutierrez, I think, has figured this horse out. He's been aboard him the last two starts, and he's actually been pretty aggressive with him. One time he drew the rail, one time he drew all the way outside post 10. Both times he was forwardly placed, and it just seems like that's what this horse wants to do.
You've got the 11-horse highest distinction, as your second choice. Certainly, you've got to respect the competition that he kept in that most recent start.
He was pretty good in the beginning of his career, though. Last year, as a 3-year-old, he had a nice win at Churchill Downs. He came back with another win on the dirt. His last race, though, I think is a good indication of where he's headed as a 4-year-old, Scott. He was 30-1. He kind of made a little bit of a middle move and then faded to finish 5th, but he only lost by a little over 2 lengths, and that was against Cavalry Charge. Cavalry Charge would come back to win a tough allowance race at Keeneland last week and get a 95 Beyer speed figure for that. So I do think this horse could take a step forward, and he'll be a big price and maybe one to use in exotics.
Let's go to the 1-horse Fantasioso, my third choice. Talk about a significant amount of class relief. Ever since they brought this now 6-year-old over or up from Argentina, he's done nothing but run against stakes company. He did run in one restricted stakes race at Saratoga, and that was a 3rd place finish 2 starts back. But his initial run in the United States was here at Keeneland in the Grade 2 Elkhorn Stakes, and Say the Word was the winner of that race, sitting up on the front end, and this horse ended up 4th, beaten 2.5. The class drop is very significant for him. But the one thing about Fantasiosa, he will be very far back in this race. It takes him a bit to get wound up and get rolling.
He needs a well-timed move by Adam Beschizza. I don't mind him dropping back so far off the pace in the early portion of the race, but he needs to be in position at the top of the stretch. Scott, when I handicapped this race, maybe last week, the turf obviously was playing very differently, but today you can close. So I would upgrade him a little bit. I didn't use him in my top 3, but I probably would now after seeing a couple of the races on the turf course both today and yesterday.
Sabolian will end there for Rudy Brisset. That's the number 2 horse, the Temple City Colt. Disappointing at Kentucky Downs, but we talk about it often. Some horses just don't handle that course setup, and if you draw a line through that, his previous races at Churchill and at Delaware fit this group very nicely.
And just historically speaking, if you look at his form, sometimes he's put in some clunkers, but he's come back in very good form. Even his race at Keeneland last spring wasn't great, but then he came back with a really game second against Allowance Company at Churchill Downs. So he can be a little bit of an in and outer, but I give him the benefit of the doubt for his performance last time out Kentucky Downs, just thinking that he did not handle the surface, and he could come back in a big way at 11-1.
Featured event is coming up next. Just waiting for the riders up call. It's race number 9 here at Keeneland.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, the Gainesway, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1.5 miles on the turf, which is listed good, rail at 10 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch 3, Can't Pay the Toll. Scratch 10, Hawk of War. Also take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Post time at 6 minutes.
There is a look at the co-favorite right now in this race, Mud Pie. Rusty Arnold looking for his second 1.5-mile turf event victory in his many days here at Keeneland Racecourse, and having a chance to speak to Rusty, he said it's a colt that likes to have some pace out in front of him, so he'll be coming from off the pace. He is a big colt. He has got a big, long build to him, so no surprise that he likes the 1.5 miles, or should like the 1.5 miles, as we've seen from him in races such as 1 mile and 5/16 and 1 mile and 3/8. He also said that the horse has never run a bad race on the grass, so it really doesn't matter what kind of course conditions he is handed, and he'll be running over the good listed ground here today. He is certainly a legit contender. He's now drifted up to the second choice at odds of 5-2. A couple of long shots that wanted to point towards Huge Bigley. I know this is one of the ones that I like, who should be forwardly placed. I thought he had good energy, good step, good energy in his step as far as when he came out through the tunnel and out for the post parade. So liking the way that he's acting right now as he warms up at a big price of odds of 23-1. And then let's go over to the 12 horse in here, Artemis Eagle, a colt by Wicked Strong. He was overmatched in his last two. This is a big drop down in class. Look back at his Churchill race in July 11th of this summer. He was 12-1, and he was only beaten 2 lengths. He is a contender in here based on that class drop that he's taking. 18-1. They're making the change by adding blinkers. Don't be surprised if Artemis Eagle can show up on the scene with Rafael Bejarano, who, as I've mentioned, has had a productive couple of days here in this second week at Keeneland Racecourse. Good race coming up. Good luck in the feature. Less than 3 minutes to post before race 9.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured ninth race, the Gainesway Allowance. They are at the post. And they're off. Fantasioso went to his knees coming out of the starting gate. Back on his feet now, settles back against the rail about 5 to 6 lengths off the early lead. Big Buzz goes to the front. Big Buzz will be the early leader. Huge Bigley moves up second on the outside of Intraday, who's away running in the third position. Artemis Eagle is fourth as they move on to the far turn. Highest Distinction outward from the rail is in fifth. Sabolian is back toward the inside in sixth. Malthael between horses in seventh. Cheyenne's Colonel is toward the far outside in eighth. Mud Pie is ninth. Fantasioso now drops out 10th and last as they move into the stretch for the first time. And here's Artemis Eagle from the outside, up to put ahead in front. Big Buzz is second toward the rail as the field continues to move under the line with a circuit to go here. Big Buzz moves back up, has the lead. Artemis Eagle second by just a length, and then Huge Bigley third toward the inside. Highest Distinction goes fourth up on the outside, and then Intraday, who's back toward the inside, in fifth. Sabolian changes lanes toward the outside in sixth, running 9 lengths off the lead. Gap of 3 more to Malthael, who is in seventh. Cheyenne's Colonel is eighth. Mud Pie is ninth. And Fantasioso is 10th and last as the field moves through the second of 3 turns and onto the back stretch once again. Big Buzz, the leader. Big Buzz is on top, leads it by 2.5 lengths. And then Artemis Eagle, who's second on the outside by 3/4 of a length. Huge Bigley, third, a half length. Highest Distinction starts to move up a closer fourth. Now takes toward the extreme outside to challenge for third, still 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 more back to Sabolian, who travels in fifth on the outside of Intraday in sixth. Malthael, Cheyenne's Colonel, Mud Pie, Fantasioso is last as the field heads on to the final turn. Big Buzz still the leader, 3/4 of a length. Artemis Eagle, second, a length and a half. Highest distinction, third. Huge Bigley is fourth. Sabolian has to go to the center of the course, midway on the far turn, and fifth to fourth to third. And Malthael is moving behind that one within 5 lengths of the lead. Sabolian, Malthael are going to swing out to the center of the course to try to come after Big Buzz. Big Buzz is the leader. Sabolian right alongside. Malthael, then Mud Pie. And Mud Pie arrives on the scene fourth, still 5 lengths off the lead. Sabolian has the lead, but not for long because Malthael is moving by. Mud Pie is third. Sabolian tries to fight back. Malthael short lead. Sabolian still fighting on. Malthael wins the feature by a head. Sabolian second. Mud Pie was home third. Long way back to Cheyenne's Colonel in fourth.
Projected to continue his upward trajectory. That is Malthael, and he does exactly that here today. Coming from off the pace, they were very well strung out through a vast majority of this race. You can see the fractions now posted on the infield tote board: 25 flat, 49 and 114 for the 3/4. And Malthael able to pull this one off for Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone, David Studeker, and Paradise Farms Corporation. Another one they claimed, and another one they've turned into a very nice distance horse. Malthael getting it done at odds of 2-1.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race: 7, Malthael was first, 2, Sabolian second, 4, Mud Pie was third, 8, Cheyenne's Colonel was fourth. 7-2-4-8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth and featured race, the Gainesway Allowance, 7, Malthael. Owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Procia, co-owned by David Stodiker, trained by Mike Maker. 3 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffleone. Malthael, a 5-year-old gelded son of Noble Mission out of Ender's Sister by AP Indy, bred in Kentucky by Green Lantern Stables, LLC. 1.5 miles over the turf, listed good, 2 minutes 30.08 seconds. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official, 7248, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish, Jaden is joined by Lakota Gibson of Gainesway, presenting the trophy for the ninth race, the Gainesway Julep Cup, to the connections of Malfael. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $15,390. Scratch 7 Catalan. Again, scratch the 7 Catalan. Jockey for the 1, As You Were, will be Kevin Jimenez. Number 1, As You Were, the jockey Kevin Jimenez. The weight is +2. A reminder, contrary to the program, no change of equipment for the 4 wins. She did not wear blinkers last time and does not wear them today either. Main track is fast.
final race on this Thursday afternoon, maiden $15,000 Clavers, and Gabby and I both go with Cha Cha Mission. Gabby, I think it's as simple as looking back to the first two starts of this filly's career when she raced it sprinting on the synthetic at Turfway and the dirt here at Keeneland. Those races should go a long way against this group today.
I think both of us can agree this is a wide open race, especially with the scratch of the 7. But Cha Cha Mission, her races, despite being on multiple surfaces, are simply faster than what she faces here today. So she could easily have the class edge.
Flirtatious Kitty's my second choice. She gets off the rails. She came back off of a long layoff, missed all of 2020. Drew a rail post position, was not fast away from the gate, so perhaps things will be different here today with Robbie Alvarado in the saddle. That's the number 9 horse who currently sits at odds of 9-1. You go to the 2, though, as your second choice. My Corlena, for Tom Vance. What do you think about this filly drawn down to the inside?
She didn't have the greatest of beginnings last time out, so I think you can draw a line through her last race. She was well spotted in that event at 3-1. Prior to that, she was going against Maiden Special Weight Company. So if you kind of look beyond her last race with a trebled trip, she deserves to be, I think, one of the shorter prices in here and one of the top contenders.
The 10 Bit of Bodie got into trouble last time out sprinting at Belterra up in Ohio. I think the August 4th effort is what you need to key off of, and adding blinkers here today for John Ennis. Wouldn't be shocked if this filly, Bit of Bodie, the number 10 horse, is able to spring a mild upset at 7-1.
They've tried several things with her, sprinting on the turf, going a distance of ground on the dirt, and ultimately, Scott, I think she's probably best going one turn on the dirt, and that's what she finds herself here today, and the blinkers on to make her sharp. She might be the pace setter.
You've got the 11 final one in your top 3, Flores. For the William Duvall barn. It hasn't been on dirt since Keeneland race and an Indiana Grand race going back to the beginning of last year, and those were against much tougher company.
Exactly. Much, much tougher competition against Maiden Special Weight Company, but she's had some good runs on the turf course lately, including that most recent event at Kentucky Downs. So I still think that there's some class there, and we know that she's at least a little capable on the dirt, as she was in contention. I know it was a long time ago, but against Maiden Special Weight Company at Indiana last year, or earlier this year.
Any opinion works here. If you've got a hunch, go with it in this 10th and final, as we're 13 minutes to post.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Rude and Riddle maiden claiming race for a price of $15,000. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 7, Catalan, number 7 is scratched. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, As You Were, is Kevin Jimenez. Kevin Jimenez, the rider for number 1. And at Keeneland, the horses will be returning to the paddock because there is shoe repair in progress for number 8, Palace Magic. Shoe repair for the 8, Palace Magic, and in the interim, the horses will return to the paddock as that shoe repair progresses for number 8. But again, a reminder, scratch the 7, Catalan. Kevin Jimenez, the jockey for the 1, As You Were. The weight is +2. No change of equipment today for number 4, Wins. Did not have blinkers last time, does not wear them today. And a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of just over $15,000. Horses will be returning to the track in just a few moments. Again, shoe repair in progress in the paddock for number 8, Palace Magic. Horses are returning to the racetrack for Keeneland's 10th and final race. They will be headed to the starting gate shortly, approximately 3 minutes till post. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Rood and Riddle. They are at the post. And they're off. Flores comes right out running for the lead from the far outside. Awkward start for Cha-Cha Mission. Looked like Corey Landry lost the iron. Now he manages to get settled back into position, but Cha-Cha Mission is going to be last. It is going to be nearly 15 lengths off the lead. Meanwhile, back up front, As You Were has the early lead and has it by 3/4 of a length. Flirtatious Kitty second. Flores third up on the outside into the far turn. Bit of Bodie travels a lane off the rail in fourth. My Coralena is in fifth. Palace Magic sixth. Magic Lamp is in seventh. Wins is eighth. A break of 8 more lengths to Cha-Cha Mission, who's back there in ninth after that awkward beginning. And Americane Born is last of the 10. 22.84 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Flores has the lead. Bit of Bodie moves up into second off the far turn. Flirtatious Kitty third toward the inside. A quarter mile to go. Palace Magic is fourth. My Coralena fifth between horses. Now she goes to fourth. Has to go to the outside. My Coralena tries to take aim, but still 5 lengths off the lead of Flores. Flores leads it by 2.5 past the 8th pole. My Coralena far outside, and Bit of Bodie in between that pair, and Flores moves on past the 16th pole. A 5-length advantage, a deep stretch. Flores, John Court to win the nightcap. My Coralena was up for second. Bit of Bodie across the line in third, followed by Wins in fourth.
11-2-10 as the 3-1 shot. Flores gets the advantage at the top of the stretch and uses those big long legs to keep herself going. And obviously this race changed completely with Cha-Cha Mission and Corey Landry losing that iron, as Kurt pointed out to you, coming away from the starting gate. And the second choice is able to take full advantage of it. The 2 is going to close up into second. So 11-2-10, but a photo on the board for that runner-up position. But no doubt about it, Flores the best in the nightcap here on this Thursday card at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 11, Flores finished first. 2, My Coralena second. 10, Bit of Bodie third. 4, Wins was fourth. 5, Cha-Cha Mission fifth. 11, 2, 10, 4, 5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Rude and Riddle. 11, Flores, owned and trained by William Duval. John Court is the jockey. Flores, 3-year-old filly by Creative Cause out of Flouts by More Than Ready. Winner bred in Kentucky by Dr. Catherine Wills. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.76 seconds over the fast main track. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official. 11-2-10-4-5, the official results. In conjunction with Make-A-Wish and on behalf of Jaden, Dr. Heidi Twist, Dr. Katie Stone, Dr. Michelle McGuire, and Dr. Alexander Kukowski of Rood and Riddle are presenting the trophy for the 10th race, the Rood and Riddle Julep Cup, to the connections of Florists. A reminder that the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting until approximately 30 minutes have transpired from now. You may advance wager any races which are scheduled to occur after that time, and we thank you. Our thanks to all who participated today and who joined us for Make-A-Wish Day at Keeneland. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.